Hello. Happy Friday. I've got a dog. I know you can't see her, but I've got a dog. Just chilling. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Alright, I'm not waste time. I'm just gonna get into it. GG, honey. You... Second I start talking, like when I'm live, she wants to get down. Hi, Raven. How's the day? It's going. I, overslept on my, after work nap today. Because clearly I needed it. And I've just got some personal shit going on, so we doing, you know? We doing, it going. Let's approach, okay. Okay. Oh, the music is very intense down here. Oh, I just tried to electrocute an electric piece. You're like, why the fuck? I'm still alive? Yeah, basically overslept. Yeah. Yeah, it was like a, it was like Jumanji. Like, what year is it? Like, that's what it felt like. Like, I did not want to wake up from the world. Can I have my bow back, please? This is really annoying. Don't spit out. Oh, I missed. I missed again? There's no fucking way. Oh! This is so hard to, like, do this from this far away. I do like this music, though. Oh. Oh, I have to go for an angle there. Ah, shit. I'm literally just not paying attention. How's your Breath of the Wild going, Raven? I love when people play for the first time. No, don't do it. Don't do it. No, you went back inside. Shit. Where's Not Gloomed? Okay, over here. I spoke to the Great Fairy Lady. Oh, oh, the fact that I asked you, like, as you said. I know these things. I have a Zelda sensor. I can just tell when people are playing Zelda games. I can just feel it in my bones. Oh, she's weird. Yeah. I like the noises she makes. Ah, where'd you come from? Alright, I need to get rid of the like first. Shit. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. That bow is dead. Giant hand coming out of a non-bloomed flower asking for tree fitty. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, in this one, she, I don't want to spoil it for you, but in this one, she doesn't want money. You have to, like, bring her something. And it's, like, a whole annoying thing. Like, ugh. Oh, where? You bitch. Okay, this one's dead. Hey! Alright, where's this one? Ah, he's right here in front of me. Okay, he's dead. Okay. Okay. So. Oof. The blah. Blah. I'm kind of in paralysis. Okay, so like, what have you done? If you would like, I can help. I've put a lot of time into that game. If you want just general direction of things that I feel maybe you should check out, or like, what have you done so far? Have you done any main story? Have you done any shrines? Or I guess they're technically divine beasts in this. Oh yeah, I have her. I should be using her. Poking around. There's so much. Like, honestly, you can probably play a good couple 100 hours before even thinking about touching the main story. Okay, he's dead. I need to cook some... I need to cook real quick. Because I need to make... I'm on my phone when my pizza's done. I'll get on my PC. No problem. No problem. What kind of pizza? What kind of pizza? I didn't eat. I just realized I didn't eat. I literally woke up. I literally woke up and started streaming. Like, I didn't eat anything. I love that he, like, have you ever listened to Link hum while he cooks? It's cute. Very cute. Very cute. It be a Laz. What's up, Laz? How's your day? How's the day? What am I doing? This is what I'm doing. Zelda's just got such good music, guys. Like, I like the music down here. It's very creepy. It's very creepy. Alright. What else do I have? Do I have any more hardy? I do. I have 2 more hardy of these. Alright, so we'll do 1. Even though it's not the best use of my resources, we're gonna just do this. Because it's a full recovery, which is fine. Hold. Pine cone! Alright, we'll get our pine cone done for you in a second here. ba 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 ba. Okay. Go. I have no clue what any of these buttons do. But don't spoil it. Okay, I won't spoil it. Oh, there it is. All hail. All hail the pine cone. All hail the pine cone. And it has been counted. It has been counted. Alright, pine cone has been dropped. Pine cone has been dropped. Alright, let's recover some. So that's a silly game that I bought my friends one time as a joke. And now I'm not friends with those people anymore. So I'm the only one doing it. So I will always win. I will always win. It's okay. It happens. People grow apart. It happens. It's sad, but... Ah! I can't drop the Master Sword, though. The fact I can drop the Hylian Shield is kind of bullshit. Ooh, ooh. What the is this? Get yourself a snack and water for stream? Oh, yeah, I probably should, huh? Motherfucker. Well. Alright, game over. Game over. Alright. Let me go fill my water bottle up. Maybe not that close to him, though. No, it's fine. I'm paused. Alright, I'm gonna fill my water bottle up. I have snacks. Technically, I have snacks. I just didn't eat dinner. But I'm gonna fill my water, so I'll be right back. Okay. Let me just put some Strasis. Hashtag sponsored. No, seriously though. Energy drink in here to maybe get me a little pumped up for this Lionel fight that I'm about to die in. Whew. Lionel? A Lionel? Lionel? No, Lionel. That's what these Sons of bitches are called. Okay. So before I go over to him, let me get some. You son of a bitch, Minoru. Oh, that was so funny. Minoru literally plops down. Oh, I already had some. Like, right as I'm trying to, like, do this. That was so funny. Oh, that was too funny. Okay. Alright, I've got that. I've got that. Let's eat some food. Okay. I've got gloom. Here, I've got gloom resist. Okay. I'm gonna get my ass handed to me. Okay. Let's save because I'm definitely gonna die. Alright. Alright. Where is this son of a... Fuck. Ah, shit! That's literally not what I... That's not what I meant to do. I'm so pissed. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Shit. Turn your face around. I can't see your face. Oh, shit. What a waste. What a waste. Oh, he's teleporting? Okay. I love that for me. There he is. Ooh, I missed. Puff and run. Oh, well. I can puff and run now, though. Yeah, he don't know where shit is. Amazing. Get him, Tulin. Get him, Tulin. Get him, Tulin. Amazing. Let's go. Hold on, before I screw myself over. Master's running low on energy, okay. Oh, nope. Fuck. Do not break my Hylian shield, I will kill you. I can't see- Tulin, I can't see through you! Shit, I can't see through Tulin. I can't see through anybody right now. There it is. Why'd that go right over his head like a dummy? Dude, bows just don't last long enough. Like, I'm sorry. But bows just don't last long enough. Ooh. Ba-da-da-da! Whew, okay. We got a bow. We got a nice bow now. We're good. Alright. Do I want that shield? Nah. I'm in the room. What's up here? Meant not to fight, but mid-fight probably works too. Mid-fight works just fine. Ah! Where is this taking me? Do I go in here? Obviously, since the ceiling is falling. Where do I go? I rewind, but like... Oh, did that one not go? Did this one? I watched it fall. Why isn't it coming back? Oh, this one, I guess. Ooh, get it back on. Okay. 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 There's so much gloom in here. You? No, no, you. Ice-like legs? Okay. Hey, Steph. How's the day? It's good? Good. Good, we got another bow. I can't see through. Thank you. Okay, got that one. Nope. Damn it. Come on. How did that touch me? That's bull. 99.2. It's probably locations, Steph. That's the hardest part, is finding all the locations. All the named locations. Because some of them are like bridges and stupid stuff that like you probably haven't thought of. That could be, it's probably, yeah. I mean, Koroks are a big part. But you'd be surprised that it might be, it might just be like a bridge that you never crossed or something. Okay. Ah! God, this scares me every time. Should I just go down and like not fight? Look at him ragdolling all over the place. It's great. Oh, wait. The power of a sage cannot reach me, or any of them. I have no sages now? Is that what's going on? Okay. Great. I love that for me. Hey, driver. Where'd it go? No! God, I don't have high ground. Okay. Oh, fuck, you can get up here? I don't like that. I don't like that you can get up here. No. Why do these things scare me so much? Ah! Why? How? Why? Wait, why? I don't like this. I don't fucking like this. Okay, there it is. Okay. 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 This is fine. Nope. Oh, I don't want to use my good bow. Where is he? He's up there. Oh, he's got a sticky. He's got a... He's here! Good. Move. There's no fucking way, bro. Nope. Eat. Don't get cocky. Eat now. Don't get cocky. I always do this. I'm like, I'm fine. Okay. Hi, Trem, by the way. Welcome in. Hello. Sorry, I did see you. I did read your message, but yes, I was in it. Wonder if attack up also increases bow damage. I don't know. That I don't know. Alright, so where do I go from here? Do I go there? Seth, congratulations on second. Yeah, you guys have been severely slacking on the first and seconds lately. Oh, come on, bro. There's no way. There's no way right now. Really? Oh, you, sir. Just fall off, like, already. Jeez. Okay, let's ungloom ourselves real quick. I don't know... Should I make a few more? Like, I feel like this whole area is gonna be gloomed. Wow. Thanks, game. Saw the direct trailer for Super Mario RPG. Really? I never played Super Mario RPG, like, back in the day. One of my best friends, it's her favorite game, and she's always been like, I really want Super Mario RPG to get re-released, like, all this other stuff, so she is, like, living her best life right now. Which I don't blame her. I'm living my best life with Breath of the Wild right now. Or with Tears of the Kingdom. Did you guys hear I made some Nintendo fanboy on Twitter cry? Because I, like, made a joke. Like, literally, it was just a harmless joke. Like, I made a joke about, like, why is there a Nintendo Direct? Zelda's already out. Like, we don't need a Nintendo Direct. Like, whatever. And he is like, maybe other people want to play something other than that Zelda shit. And I was just like, no. Literally nobody wants to play anything other than Zelda. But he got, like, super, like, unnecessarily, like, aggressive, you know? Like, there was no need for him to be so aggressive about it. And Amara in chat, which I believe is a dragon type. I could be wrong. I don't know Pokemon. I still need to play Odyssey. Oh my god, Odyssey is so fun, Driver. I loved Odyssey. I really thought it was a lot of fun. Forgotten Foundation. Ooh, it's getting creepy. Listen to the music. Ooh, it's getting creepy down here. Alright, hold on. I need to fuse a bunch of weapons. I'm not prepared. I am not prepared. Okay. Do this. And then we're going to use... Oh, I've only got 5 of these left? That's fine. Desperate Strength. Let's go. Alright, so let's do this real quick. Okay, and then drop. Okay, and then this. 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 And this. Okay. Woo, look at that 127. Oh, baby! We're saving that one for sure. Alright, so we'll start by using this one, and we'll just go through our weapons from weakest to strongest. Oh, hold on, save real quick. It's a cocky yeah, no, I will not use Desperate Strength. Strong Fusion is fucking fantastic, though. Like, Strong Fusion is probably one of the best buffs. Yeah, no, I know, you only get it at 1 heart. I know. I know. Oh yeah, those are Gyptos. I had to see what they were. I couldn't, my eyes, like, couldn't figure it out for a second. Who's in here? Juju, is that you? Okay. Wait, this is it. Wait, this is the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
It's great when you can remember that. That's the greatest idea. But when you don't know what's coming, yeah. Oh. Wait, wait. We came down here before. Should I leave? This is spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom, so that's entirely up to you. Yeah, I'm debating. Yeah, I mean, you've got a ways to go. So, it's up to you. I will not take offense if you need to leave, but you've got quite a ways to go before you get to this point. I'm like, why am I nervous? What is all this noise? Hi, Jess! I'm freaking out! So you're not seeing? Yeah, that's true. You could do audio only. Yeah. If you're worried about spoilers, I will not be offended whatsoever. Yes, please do, Raven. Please do. Okay. I'm like really nervous right now. Okay. Do I have enough arrows for this? Yes, please do, because if we end up beating him relatively early, I'll just be bullshitting, probably doing whatever after, you know? Alright, guys. Last chance to avoid story spoilers. Last chance. Here we go. That's all I've got, obviously. Oof. Okay. Be so fucking for real right now.
You don't have to fight all by yourself, you know?
My besties are back.
When we fight together, we're unstoppable!
I'm gonna make my ancestors proud today.
I'm gonna get so emotional, I know.
Link, we shall protect Hyrule together.
Come on. Why is everything missing? There's no fucking way that every single shot has missed right now. Like, he's a huge fucking target. There's no way. Turn around and hit the guy right in front of you. Okay, that's fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll start with these guys here. Oh, outfit change. Yeah, good point. Oh, I flipped out of there, but sure, I guess. Oh, it's so good. Like, seeing them down here fighting with you, like... This whole thing is so sick. Like, I know it's just a game, but like, if you guys have spent any time in my channel, you know, like, how much I love these games and how, like, important these games are to my life and to my everything, you know? It is, Letta, yes. That's the first wave. First wave. Okay. The Zelphos. Wow. Rude. Alright, I will probably take some gloom stuff in like 1 or 2 more gloom hearts here. Ooh, Tulin, good shot. Okay, that's second wave. So, oh my god, so what's gonna be? It's, if Lionels pop out, I'm gonna scream. Okay, Gibdos, that's fine. Can I still use their powers? I can. Okay. Where's Riju? Come here. Oh, I don't have a bow? Amazing. When did that happen? I didn't mean to dazzle proof, but it works. No Lionels? Yeah, no, if Lionels come out, I'm screaming. I'm screaming. Alright, I need to get rid of some of this gloom. Okay. Okay, and then I need to heal. Okay. Yeah, you can't do anything. Where's Riju? Riju! The dazzles, yeah, the dazzles do it too, I guess. We're throwing dazzles. Okay. What's next? Wait, what do we have? Do we have a Gibdo still? Oh, there's one still over here. Boom. Okay. Next. Next wave. That's so brokenly amazing. Okay, moblins, I'll take it. Okay. You're scared? I'm scared! What do you mean you're scared? What do you mean? Do it! Wait, oh my god! You did not hit me! There we go. I didn't even get the final hit. Okay, we used a lot of stuff. Oof, we used a lot of supplies in there.
That gloom, it means but one thing. The Demon King is there. Huh?
What? Please tell me this isn't for real right now. Please tell me this isn't for real right now.
He's mistaken if he thinks this will stop us.
We are fated to fight these beasts. Don't worry about us.
Oh, okay.
Link, we'll take care of this, Goro. You ready to see the power of a sage?
We'll be fine. We already beat them once. This'll be a breeze for sure.
It is time, Link. The rest is up to you.
No, my friends can't help me. They're stuck. They have to stay. So it's just me. My friends are not gonna help me. It's just me and Ganon. Just me and the big boy. Man, these games get me so worked up. Okay. Thanks, I hate it. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm like really like... I'm antsy right now. This is it, guys. Oh, I can't even save. This is it. This is it.
How disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant. It would have been more satisfying to overcome a worthy foe.
Regardless, I will reshape this world as it was meant to be. I will crush any opposition. I will rule. That is what a king must do.
I don't even know how I'm gonna fight him. I'm so little, he's so big!
You witness a king's revival.
I don't even know how I'm gonna do this. Legitimately.
And the birth of his new world. I've barely gotten started.
Mike, why is he not jump? Like, I'm literally hitting the jump button. Like, I'm getting so annoyed. Wait, why did you swap to my Hylian shield? Like, did it make me do that? See, I feel like... No. See, I feel like he's gonna be easy, and he's gonna turn into, like, that weird, like, demon king with all of glowing red hair and shit. Like, I'm not stupid. Like, I just have to get through this part here.
How about this? Fall. Is that all? Take this.
Oh, okay, you spin around the other way. Oh! He can flurry?
Fall.
Bro.
Die.
I did. I may have. I thought I didn't, but it's okay.
Fall.
The fact that he can flurry rush is absolutely wild. The fact he can flurry rush is wild. I don't know what to do. I legit don't know what to do. All right, hold on. It's fine.
I've barely gotten started. What a feeling. I'd almost forgotten the thrill of battle.
I know, Steph.
Blood surges in my
He's hot.
veins.
I know.
And I am not even nearing the limits of my power.
Okay, that's what I was expecting. Okay. What the fuck? What is going on? Why?
Enjoy these final moments.
Why? I thought it was gonna keep going. No, I just shit. Oh fuck. Okay.
I'm with you, Link.
Ooh, Tulin's here. Okay, okay, okay. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Show the Demon King who's boss, Link!
Okay, okay, okay.
All right, I'm here.
All right, I need to.
I'm
Okay.
taking you down, Demon King.
It's time to finish him off, Link.
Holy shit. Did you break my shield? I'm gonna be... I can, yeah. I don't really know what to add though to like do anything to him, you know? Yeah, see, it doesn't do it. Like it just doesn't do anything. Woo! Okay. Second phase. His pretty good track. He does, yeah. Okay. Oh, he knocked everyone back? Hands! Oh, fuck.
Chaos
Oh,
and
fuck.
Foley just resubscribed for 35 months.
Can't say but love you, best friend. Thank you so much. God, his flurry rush fucking sucks. Thanks, Laws. I'm gonna get this. Not cut. God, his fucking flurry rush is so annoying. Let's be real. I have 3 more of these. I can't. Is that a joke? And the shield's not broken? Oh, it is. It's about to be broken? Christ. This is actually stupid! How can he flurry rush in my flurry rush? Wait, that's... Oh, that seems not fair. Like, that seems not fair. I'm not gonna be able to do this. I just don't understand. Like, how are you supposed to counter a flurry rush when he? I don't know what to do here. Like, I really am. I don't know what to do. Cause look, he's just gonna counter. He's gonna flurry rush. He's flurry rushing my flurry rush. Like, I don't know what to do. I legitimately don't know what to do. That's my only option, is a flurry rush. To get up and then arrow him? I can try. Alright, so that's this. Alright. So that tracks you, which is so dumb. Wait, is he killing my wait, is he killing my hearts? Like, is he actually killing off my hearts? He's like permanently killing my hearts. Wait, I can't hit him? Why is that not hitting him? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. So he's literally just like permanently destroying hearts of mine. How do I flurry? How do you flurry the flurry? Like, I don't understand that. I just don't understand that. Like, how is that a thing? How can you flurry a... Oh, I'm so pissed the fuck off right now. It's so fucking annoying. This isn't it either. It's never it with him. Okay, this is the part that I know is what's gonna happen.
Everything. Sacrifice it all to destroy you. And cast this world.
Ow, I know, right? Did he just shove his entire arm down his throat? My god, looking at that loading at the bottom. Like, now is not the time. The tension. My girlfriend! Even this asshole is beautiful as a dragon? No. Oh my god, I know. This is so cool. Okay, so am I controlling Zelda? I can't tell. Am I controlling Zelda or no? I don't think so. Okay. Alright, where do I hit him? I see. I see. Nope, not yet. There. Still no? Okay, hold on. There we go. Holy, this is gonna take so long. Alright. Ooh. Zelda! There she is. Come here. Yeah, alright. Alright. Jump off. Alright, I got it. Oh, I need to eat. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. No, don't go anywhere. Shit. Alright, we missed that one. That's okay. Oh, he's surrounding me. I don't see a thing, though. Alright, come get me, Zelda. Here she is. Yeah, got me. Okay. God, this fight is so cool. It's so hard not to say things, I know, but you're doing such a good job not saying things. Wait, can I? Yeah, much better. Much better. Woo. Okay. All right, Zelda. Wow. Come get me. Come get me. Nice. Got it without me speaking? I know. I was like, there's got to be an easier way. Come on. Come on, Zelda. Zelda! There we go. Okay. Oh, baby girl, you're in the way. Okay. Oh, Laz, this ending is so good. Like, it's so... Like, they did not need to go this hard. It's so good. He loves giving the little smacks, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I did this particular part only that he becomes a dragon and that Zelda as a dragon helps you is the only part I knew. I didn't know the fight leading up to it. I didn't know any of the other stuff. And I only saw for literally a second. Like, I didn't see the person doing any of this. All I saw was literally she was in the air. Like, she basically like was like this. She was like floating, and then she did this, and Zelda picked her up like this, and then I was like, oh, nope, I'm not supposed to see this, and then I left. Okay, I see. I see him. 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 Fuck. Fuck. Get it. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it, Link, do it. Destroy it. Complete. If he can turn her back, I'm gonna lose it.
Oh, he's on his arm. It's his arm now. Let's go get our girlfriend, guys! God, what a way to end. What a way to end. Oh my god. We got her! We got her! God, what a way to end this game. Hi, Plix.
Link, how are you? I was... I reached you, after all. He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right? You did it. Oh, Link, you really did it.
No, you did it, baby girl. You did it.
But how am I... No, I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. But when I felt something, like a warm, loving embrace, I woke up. Thank you. Link, I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was. I have so much to tell you. So much happened. Oh, Link, I'm home.
Oh. That was so good. Oh my god, that was so good. Like, I literally just want to, like, let it all, like, I just want to sob. I want to let it all out. That was so good. Oh my god. I love, like, the parallel of the beginning of the game where she falls and Link isn't able to catch her. And then literally ending the game by falling through the sky reaching for her is just so beautiful. Like, it's so good. Like, they did not need to go that hard. They did not need to go that hard. Like, oh my god. I pushed that button so hard. I pushed that button so hard to fall down to the, like, to get her. Oh my gosh. Wow. I just, wow. I don't have any other words other than wow. Holy. Holy. What a game. Wow. So, the other day, on Wednesday, when we had that new chatter come in, and we were trying to teach them about sarcasm, and they said, so if I were to say Zelda dies at the end, is that sarcasm? There was a moment where I was like, are we getting trolled by this person? And like, did they just like coincidentally drop a spoiler, like playing it off as like trying to learn or whatever? So there was a little tiny bit of hesitation going into this tonight that I'm like, what if that person like was actually like the long con and they were trying to like drop in a spoiler or something? DJ, it was so good. I'm crying, but it's happy and sad tears. It was so good. It was so good. The music is so good. It was so good. What happened to our little buddies? When he turned into phase 2, they got knocked back. They could literally, at least not on screen, I know. But they could have left her as a dragon. I'm gonna mute for a second and blow my nose so it's not like a foghorn for you guys. Ugh. Oh my gosh. I kind of expected this to go a little bit longer. Like, I didn't expect to be done an hour and a half into stream. DJ, how was your day? Ooh, what's dorayaki? I don't think I know what dorayaki is. Tell me. Now we just gotta grind for that 100%, chat? Wow. Alright, did anybody else cry or just me? Did anybody else cry or just me? Wow. I do like that the end credits are going through. Like, see, now it's the Garuda music. Like, I like that they're, like, cycling through and going through. You were definitely tearing up. I still hate how hard the songs at Zelda's Lullaby tried to hit so... every song hit so hard. Every song hit so hard. It's kind of small sandwich with filling. Interesting. 2 small pancakes sandwich with filling. Interesting. That sounds really interesting. I'll have to look it up. They're really good, I bet. They sound good. See, this is why I really, really, really wanted to finish the game when I had a face cam. Because I wanted you guys to, like, experience it with me, you know? Because these games, like, I know they're just games. Like, I know they're just games, but the Zelda games mean so much to me. I bought my brother one with manjar and mine have anko. What are those? Are those different flavors? The Zelda's Lullaby ones especially because they're with the heavy... Yeah. Well, because Zelda's Lullaby is such a... It's such a poignant music. Such a poignant song in the Zelda franchise, you know? Like, just think of how often you use it in Ocarina of Time, you know? There it is, chat.
can't believe such an impressive landmass can float in the sky. Just when I thought I'd started to figure the Zonai out.
Everyone, I am glad I was able to bring you all here. I wanted to share this view of Hyrule with all of you.
Whoa. I've never been this far up before, Goro.
Wow, what a sight it is. And Zelda, you were roaming the skies all along?
Yes, although I don't really remember. I never thought I would actually stand here again.
This is only a theory, but Raru's power of light and Sonia's time power. For Zelda to transform back, they both must have channeled their abilities through you, Link.
I see.
Now it seems it is my time.
Minoru!
Do not worry. You have overcome the burden my era left to you. You have proven yourself, and you no longer need me. I know I can move on, join Raru and the others, and the world will be safe.
Those of us gathered here swear on our lives to support Princess Zelda and... Oh. To support Princess Zelda and safeguard the land of Hyrule.
Raru and Sonia will be happy to hear of this.
But Minoru!
And I'll let them know just how much you care. Thank you all.
King Raru, Queen Sonia, Minoru. The ancient sages. They wished not only to save Hyrule from the Demon King, but for it to see eternal peace. I will dedicate myself to that goal. Now, and for all time. My friends, With all of your strength, stand with me.
Alright, Nintendo, next time you make a Zelda game, it literally does not need to slap that hard. Like, seriously. I have to blow my nose again. And then I'm gonna catch up with chat. Holy crap. I'm not crying, you're crying! I'm not crying, you're crying! Oh my god, that was so good. I have to fix my makeup and everything now. Oh. Laz, thank you for experiencing that with us. Like, I know that you said that you went through, you know, to like make sure that you kind of had an idea like what we would expect and stuff, but thank you for experiencing that with us. The next 5 times I see that too. Oh yeah, probably. Oh. Oh my gosh, guys, that was beautiful. Is that a Batman tattoo? It is a Batman tattoo. It is. It is. All right, let me just freshen my makeup just a little bit so I don't look dead. Even though you guys all know. You guys all know why I look the way I look. But, you know. At least I can say I put effort in. You know? A little effort. Alright. Do we want to take bets once I load this up? Do we think I'm gonna be under? Do we think I'm gonna be under or over 50% completion? What do we think? Do we think under or over 50% completion? You think over? I think we're gonna be disappointed. I think it's gonna be like 20%. Also, what's up, TJ? From any other streams I watch, finish it as well as my next time finishing. Doing makeup on stream, this is new. No, I just cried my makeup off. Hi, Wolfie. I just cried my makeup off because we finished this game. And I sobbed. Ugly sobbing. So I was just touching up a smidgen. I missed you finishing it. You did. I just finished. Like, it is water. It is water. It is water. I promise it's water. Yes, look, see, it's water. It's water. I didn't intend to finish, but I just kind of like I just went with it, and I just went with it. All right, so we're taking final guesses under or over 50% completion. There it is. There's our star. I'm looking at you. It is. It's water. I promise. 42.5. I think it's going to be like 27. I think it's going to be like 27%. I wanted to tell you to use your Lionel bow during Dorf stuff, but I didn't want a backseat. Oh, probably. Alright, here we go. 63! 63! $63! What? If only 6 more %. Yeah, I know. I fucking called it. You did DJ. You called it. I did not think we were over 50% completed. I really didn't think so. All right. Destroyed Ganondork, find Princess Zelda. We did it, baby. All right, let's finish. All right, so we've got... What do I have? I think we've got 30... I think we've got 30 and change shrines left. So that's probably what I guess we'll do for the rest of the night. We've got a little while left. We've got like 2 hours of stream left. I am going to take 5 minutes though. I'm gonna take 5 minutes. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, all that good stuff. And then we'll continue. We'll continue going. I can't believe how high our percentage is. We might 100% this game. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes, guys. Hang tight. Okay. I have stretched. Legs have been stretched. All right. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I can see right now. 7 that I can see right now that we need to go back and complete because they are proving grounds. So I guess we'll just go one at a time. One at a time, chat. You know what would be the icing on the cake tonight though? If my wonderful amiibos tonight, because remember I'm gonna start doing my amiibos before we end stream. It'd be great if my amiibos gave me the fabric I wanted, the paraglider fabric I want, which is the whole reason. All right, I have to blow my nose again. DJ, you had faith when none of us did. Look at you. You're a champ. Alright. Wolfie, how's the day, by the way? I'm sorry you missed me finishing this game. Like I said, it just kind of... I honestly expected the lead up to it to be a little bit longer than it was, and it wasn't. Alright. So... right off the bat, I'm kind of confused. Like, what am I supposed to do? Oh. Okay. Okay. Hi, Terry. Terry, you missed it. Terry, you missed it. Tower's in, not early, but I'm here. It's fine. It's been a good chunk of trying to dial my 3D printer back in after doing a ton of maintenance. Oh. I guess I did know you had one. That's the story. I did know you had one. I was gonna say, I didn't know you had one, but I did. I did. We've talked about it before. Ooh. Holy! Holy damage. Bye. Mine isn't anything special. I'm looking at another one. Won't be getting it anytime soon. I feel like a 3D printer is something that I would really like to have, but realistically, I'm like, what am I gonna use it for? I'm here, but I'm in bed. I can't hear you well over daylight, laughing and talking with friends. I want to make my presence known. Okay, well, I jumped over it perfectly fine the last time, and then this time doesn't want to jump. There we go. Need a little bit of actionable force. Nope, I missed. Not even close? Oh, jeez. Yeah. Fucking seriously? How did I jump over it 27 other times? Hi, Franklin! Franklin, how you doing? Excuse me. What am I supposed to do? Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. I don't know what I'm actually, like, I don't know what the actual, like, goal of this shrine is. It's lore? Not really sure. No! The backflips.
Yagis32 just resubscribed for 4 months. My phone has been in a boot loop all day. I can't believe I missed the end. Goddamn IT.
Oh no! Biggie, thank you so much for 4 months. You did miss the end, but it's okay. It's okay, because the video is gonna be there for everyone to see. And I just cried my face off. Look at, my face is still, look at, I'm still all puffy. I cried so much. Hi, Franklin. Biggie, how are you? Thank you for 4 months. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Ooh. God, I can't even tell you how much my face hurts right now. Why did I get a notification? Oh no. Yeah, I do feel like the Twitch notifications are kind of funky now. And now that I can't use Twitter through Mix It Up. Like, other than Discord notifications, like, you have to rely on Twitch, which is stupid. Fun hobby, and some people use them for other stuff, in other hobbies, but they haven't reached the point of, like, making a shelf bracket in 30 minutes. Oh, yeah. See, like, the only thing that I've ever seen people making with 3D printers, and this is just, like, me, like, in my, like, group of friends and stuff like that, is, like, people use them to print, like, figurines. Like, that's the only thing that my friends use them for. I'm like, why did you spend hundreds of dollars to print figurines? Twitter doesn't want third-party services. Yeah, the API thing is, like, it's a huge inconvenience for people like me who have everything automated, you know? So, it's like, everything was automated to go to my Twitter, so I didn't have to do any of it, and now it's not anymore. And now, it sucks. My Galaxy Fold shit the bed today, and when I tried restarting it, just kept turning off and on. So I had to get a new phone. Ooh. The Galaxy Fold, I feel like that seems really cool in concept, but in execution, I'm like, that makes me nervous. But that sucks. When your phones die, that's like the worst. That's the worst. Make all kinds of stuff, especially if CAD skills, but you also have to learn. Yeah. Like, I've seen videos. Like, I've seen videos of crazy stuff being made. But like I said, like, my friends who own 3D printers are like, yeah, I make Warhammer figurines. Infiltration. Okay. You'd print a suit of Warhammer armor. Then I realized, oh, nothing is optimized for this. That sucks. Wait, is the fold the one... Is the fold the one that's like a regular size that just folds in half? Or is the fold the one that's like the regular size that like folds like this? The one that's... Okay, the one that's really big, yeah. I've seen somebody at work who has that. She like watches TV in the break room. I'm always like, this is so funny. And it was insane. I wish I had crazy cosplay skills. Like, I have cosplay skills. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever seen my pictures of cosplay that I've done. But, like, I wish that I had skills. Oh my God. Yeah, he saw me. Shit. As opposed... Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure, but... It was more just, like... You know, a $10,000, you know, I'm joking. 10,000 is not how much they cost. I'm just being facetious. It's like a $10,000 Warhammer machine, essentially. They're definitely saving some Games Workshop. Oh, I have nothing. Okay. Jacking the prices up because yummy greed. I know. Same thing with, cards. Magic cards, Pokemon cards. 10K would be a commercial level. Yeah, I was being facetious. I know they're not that much. Alright, lose attention. Go on. There we go. Go on. Guys, I can't believe this game made me cry as hard as it did today. Ugh, God, my face hurts, like, ugh. Ugh. It's fine, you guys can't see me, it's fine. Oh. Is there really nothing over here? My friend just got the new hot printer. He won it through his college. It's 1500 fully decked out. That's the version he won. I'm pretty jealous. Wait, are you saying, like, new hot printer, like, the new hot ticket item? Or are you saying hot printer, like, that's actually what it's called? It's like a hot printer. Yes. 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 Amazing. New hot ticket. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you meant by new hot printer. Then I was like, wait, maybe I'm reading into it. Give me all of your weapons. Thank you for your weapons. What are you doing here? No, thank you. No, 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 no. Okay, you? Where are you? Oh, over there. Hi, Tatiana! We finished! We finished the game! We finished it! We did it! So now we're just doing our leftover shrines and getting the rest of our 100%. I'm very surprised. We ended up being a much higher percentage than I thought we would. We ended up being 60%, which is crazy because it means it's all Koroks. It's really invested. Plus, of course, the fact that this stuff it hits so hard, especially if you are like, you don't have to necessarily be like as invested in Zelda as like somebody like I am. But just the story was so beautiful. It was so emotional and so impactful. With the add-on that he won with it, it can switch filament types and art colors mid-print. Whoa! Like, I don't know a ton about 3D printing, but I know that that's a huge deal. Like, I know not having to swap is a huge deal. That's crazy. Might I tell you something? Sure. I wonder if it would have been any different with more hearts, that fight. Because losing your hearts, like, sucks. Okay, next. I don't know why I put these off so long. Do we see another? Here we go, here's another one. In reverse. In reverse. Yeah, I can't believe we're 60%. Doesn't have two heads like some printers, but it can auto swap. So all you have to do is set the print up properly. And that's really dope. No wonder you're jealous. That's really dope. What do you use 3D printers for, Wolfie? Why are you not walking in the door? 2 days ago, and now I'm upgrading the Pura pad. Ooh, very nice! Very nice. How'd you like the ending, Tatiana? It was beautiful. I ugly cried. It was so emotional and beautiful, and the music is so good. Oh, it was a very, very, very satisfying ending, for sure. It was a very satisfying ending. It was very good. I hope that when you get there that you will also enjoy it as much as I did. Shoot, he's gonna throw it at me. Where did all these bombs come from? Oh, jeez. I've made a few films of things, honestly. I've printed a lot of knickknacks. A dice box for my D&D dice, and a dice tower. Oh yeah, you did tell me that. I feel like you did tell me that. That's right. Like I said, honestly, I feel like the difficult portion was explicitly meant to be done in a flurry tennis match instead of an actual tennis match this time. So, okay. So, Tatiana, you might want to cover your ears for this for just a second. So, is there a way... So, there's a way to flurry back when he flurry rushes at you? Like, how... I didn't see any sort of... Like, I didn't see any sort of indicator to, like, when to do it back to him. That had to have been just a timing thing that I just didn't know. Because he could flurry rush me. He could flurry rush my swings. And he could flurry rush back to mine. So, I don't know. Alright, give me this. No, no. Ah! Okay, I don't want any of this. There we go. No, turn around and get this guy right here. There we go. Okay, or don't do that. Okay. A little bit at a time here. Nope. No. Ugh. Okay. Let's get this. Let's... Ugh, we don't have any food. Okay, where's the last one? Oh, he's over here. I printed a small Hylian shield decoration. Found a version on one of the 3D printing sites designed to print multiple pieces, so it's a multicolor without painting. It came out so... Oh, you'll have to put a picture in the Discord or something. It's really cool. I want one. I have, so Steph gave me... You can't see it, obviously, because you can't see anything on this shelf. No, you can just barely see. It's right above my head. But Steph actually gave me this really pretty Legend of Zelda music box. I don't know how I can get to it right now, actually. Honestly. Yeah, Steph gave me this. It's really pretty. And, I don't know if I can... Yeah, so it's the Song of Storms. It's a really pretty, like, wooden carved Zelda box. And then I have a Triforce lamp light here that doesn't have batteries in it. But I definitely want more Zelda collectible stuff, for sure. For sure. For sure. I love those. I knew you'd like it. Yeah, I love it. I'm gonna start printing some Star Trek strip models, but I haven't done any yet. Oh, thank you, driver. Thank you, DJ. Listen, don't be saying nice things to me. It's against the rules. It's against the rules. Listen, this is my little comfy dress. I wear this when I'm sad and I want to be comfy. Yeah, you have to cop up points. Yeah. Yeah, you can't say nice things. Rules? What rules? Yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta pay the price. No, I'm kidding, DJ. There's no actual rule. It's just I don't take compliments very well. Have I found any fairies to keep with you? Do you mean just like regular, like, hold on. Gotta pay the toll troll, exactly. Hello, I would like to go into my inventory, please. If you just mean like regular, like the little pink fairies that you find, like around, I have found a couple, yeah. They kept me from dying repeatedly against the Lynels. Hi, Nyx. You guys are slacking on early crew. All these people coming in. Getting early crew. Yeah, I have 2 left. Only 2 left. Remember the physics test? Yes, how'd it go? How'd it go? How'd it go? Yes, the small ones? Yes, yes. I've only have 2 left, but I found a couple. You aced it! Let's go! Here you go. This is for you, DJ. There you go. Nice. Nyx, how you doing? How's the day? Let's go do this one now. I know, DJ. Good job. I'm so happy to hear it. Happy to hear it. All those nights that you hung out with us and studied paid off, right? Doing all right, hunger though? I'm hungry too. I'm hungry too. I have a bad habit of prioritizing sleep over anything else, and I took a nap instead of eating. Oh, I didn't read Wolfie's dog fact. Dogs can smell about 1,000 times better than humans. While humans have 5 million smell detecting cells, dogs have more than 220 million. The part of the brain that interprets smell is also 4 times larger in dogs than in humans. Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know what anything smells like. They just think it smells good or it smells bad. Dogs are stupid. No, they're not stupid. I love dogs. I do still have to say, well done for not eating this very easily. You did very well in keeping yourself healed up. Thanks, Laz. Thank you. I haven't eaten in 7 hours. I don't remember if I ate it all today. I had some popcorn. I had some popcorn at some point during the day. Bioengineering? You get you guys. You guys are all smart. Drivers going for medical engineering. I'm stupid. Everyone's so smart and I am stupid. Mechanical engineering. And DJ is going for bioengineering. Look at you guys. You guys are all so smart. 5 more tests. You got it, DJ. You got it. You're a smart cookie and a fart cookie. You got it. May 2024. Driver, that is closer than you think. Honestly, we are almost done with June. Like, come on. Like, 4 of those are in 2 days. DJ, you got it. You got it. Just keep, just focus, study. You know, if you need to take some time off the internet to focus up, you know we support you. That's it, grabbing some cookies. Thanks, Pinks. See, there you go, Nix. I hope everyone else remember to be healthy. You're gonna cry across the stage. Driver, I want you to live stream it. I want you to be like, yo, chat. Yo, chat. Wait, where's my camera? Yo, chat. Yo, chat. I'm here to graduate. 2020 class of 2024, yo. As you're going across the stage, I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Without stream, my brain will just blue screen. I just want you to make sure that you're still doing what you need to do, DJ. As long as you're still getting everything done, which I know you are because you're smart. I mean, just wear a GoPro, like, on your head. You still have 3 years? DJ, it'll pass in no time, I'm telling you. Oh, he did see me. I thought he was gonna see me. Okay. Dumb machines can't swim. Okay. It really will. Like, honestly, guys, like, we are almost done with June. Like, this year is going so fast. This year has been, for me personally, this year has been shit for me. This year has been a terrible year for me. But, it's gone by very quickly. Random thing, my city rained for 2 days and the city is in chaos. Is there a lot of flooding, or is your city just not used to rain? Because sometimes, like, if it's a weather that you don't get a lot or you don't get very often, people just don't know. Like, they just don't know what to do. Like, where I live, we don't get snow very often. So when it snows here, people are just like, what do I do? Where I'm from, I'm used to snow. Where I'm from, it snows all the time. But where I live now, it doesn't snow. And the people here don't know what to do with snow. And I'm always like, guys, it's fine, I promise. I promise it's fine. No! Why can't I sneak strike? Just give me a sneak strike, please. Near the Jura River. Oh, the river got overflowed. Yeah. So people really don't know. Like, Arizona and rain, people panic for no reason. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there are some parts of Arizona that aren't, like, super dry. But yeah, then there are other parts where we're like, it hasn't rained in 73 years. Like, where my dad lives is, like, stupid dry. I've never seen rain like that in my whole life. Really? So it was a lot of rain, huh? Lot of rain, huh? Rain's good, though. You need it every once in a while. Nice catch, Wolfie. Guys, look at that. Did you see the pause in, like, oh, gosh. You know what they say. What do they say, Steph? How am I supposed to shoot this one? Oh, wow. Oh, wow! That worked. Rain makes corn, and corn makes whiskey. Whiskey makes my girl get a little frisky. Listen, at least you didn't butt me this time. A lot of people where I'm from are like, holy heck, is that snow? Since we almost never get snow here, and not to mention enough to actually build with. Yeah. It snows here in Tennessee, but not, it doesn't ever accumulate. It doesn't, like, stick to the ground or anything. I miss it. I really do miss snow. I miss snow. Steph, I thought for sure you'd appreciate the Umbop references making it in the new raid trailer. Alright, what does that put our percentage at now? Because we were at, what, 60.4? 63? Yeah, we were at 63 because Driver said we needed 6% more to get to 69. So we were at 63%. So what are we at now? We're still at 63%. We're still at 63%. Amazing. Hi, come here. Come here. Gigi, come here. Come here. Oh. There we go. It is dog. It is doggy. It is. It is. Here, you want to see her? We'll do a big screen. So you can see her this time. Look at her. Say hi, baby. Oh, your hair is a mess. Your hair is a mess. You were rubbing on the carpet, weren't you? You were rubbing on the carpet, weren't you? Yes, you were. This one's Gigi. She's my baby girl. She's the love of my life. She's my girl. I've had her. She's 15 and a half. And I have had her since she was 6 weeks old. So I've had her a very, very long time. Huh. We've had her a long time. Long time. We've gone through a lot of stuff together, huh? We've been all over the whole place together, huh? We've been all over. All these all these ex-boyfriends, all these old apartments. You moved across the country with me. Huh? I know, baby. I know. I know. I know. I know. You're an old lady now and you are grumpy. You are a grumpy old lady now. Look at that face. Look at that. Show chat your pretty face. Show chat your pretty face. No, why are you being shy? I know, she's talking. Do you hear her talking? I know, babe. I know. She's a pretty girl. Show chat your pretty face, though. Show chat your pretty face. Your pretty face, huh? Alright, you can get down, okay. Jeez, I tried. I tried to show her off. She wasn't feeling it. She wasn't feeling it. She'll like want attention, but then like I'll pick her up and give her attention. She's like, no, not like that. I know, surprisingly, we had enough snow that one of my coworkers made a snowman on one of the outside tables, and it was like there for 2 or 3 days. That's so funny. Yeah, when you pack it really tightly, it'll say that's funny. It sounds like my dog wants attention. Yeah, she always wants attention. She doesn't like me streaming because I can't focus on her, you know? And she doesn't want attention, like, she doesn't want constant attention. She wants attention, like, in spurts. Like, she wants, like, a little bit of, like, attention, and then you leave her alone, and then a little bit of attention, and then you leave her alone. The largest cat breed is the ragdoll. Male ragdolls weigh between 12 and 20 pounds. Females weigh between 10 and 15. Holy. That's a lot. That's a lot. Mine demand constant attention? Yeah. Okay. Okay. What? What? Ah! Oh my gosh. No, give me that. Oh, damn. That would have been a really good weapon to have. I'll take revenge. Shoes and boxes? No! Is he a troublemaker? He's a troublemaker. I want a Flemish giant rabbit? I've never even that of that. Like, that sounds made up. I have a cat that demands attention and then freaking walks away as soon as that's what I'm saying. Like, as soon as I give Gigi attention, she's like, no, not like that. That's not what I wanted. I'm like, well, what did you want? Should look them up. They kind of blow your mind because it doesn't know how to process a rabbit that big. No, like, I'm sure it's a thing, but it just, like, Flemish giant rabbit, just, like, it sounds made up. Like, that sounds like something, like, in a movie. Like, it sounds made up. Oh, fuck, I moved to the last second there. Damn. That's bad. That was bad. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Fuck. Said don't hit me, and you hit me anyway. But what's in here?
Okay. That's fine. Pretty rude. I know, right? I said don't hit me and it still hit me anyway. It's being very rude, actually. Okay, where's the last one? Oh, he's up there. I see. I see. Boop, boop. No. Rockets in a time bomb dispenser? Yeah, I know. Don't touch me! Got it. Okay, where's the door? Your equipment will return to you. I don't know why I put these off. Like, I really don't know why. I was like, I don't want to do these. Oh, I have my Hylian shield back, but it's because I haven't defeated Ganon yet in this timeline. In the dark timeline. This did nothing. Like, I can't believe that these do nothing for percentage. It's fine. I didn't even use... Guys, I didn't even use my 127 damage sword. I used the Master Sword for that whole fight. Which, obviously, you always use the Master Sword versus Ganon, but, you know. See if they can sell you Hylian shields? Ooh. Can they? I thought that the guy in, I thought that there was somebody in Terrytown who can sell it to me. Is what I thought I remember reading. Oh, I didn't even look at my percentage. I should have. I don't think it's going up. Like, I think it's gonna be a big grind. Because doesn't armor upgrades also count towards 100? I think they do. And I have to finish this. I have to finish Lurlin Village, too. I'm still, like... I'm still so shocked that I finished this. Like, I finished the game in, like, under 2 hours. Bye. Thank you. Oh my gosh, the fact that it's like somehow balanced over there is so funny. Special stuff you get. Fine. No. I know that oh, you're talking about the Hylian shields. Okay. I was talking about the armor upgrades. No arrows. What the? Did I just blow up my own thing? There's arrows over there, I think. Yep. nope, nope. 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 There we go. Ooh, Cubone? That's actually a good one. Get it, DJ, get it! Get the Cubone! Ooh, 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 ooh. You relax with that. Let's get this. Sturdy, thick stick. What chip? What's going on? How are ya? It must have been to take you longer if you actually go around fighting and exploring. I just beelined it. I was like, I'm here for revenge. Oh. Hey, 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 knock that off. Yo, stop it! Okay, he's in the water, he's dead. Perf. Woo! You didn't get your 20% chance? What the heck? Oof, oof, oof. No, Link, 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 what are you doing? You need to knock him off. I should knock him off. I should knock him off. Fuck, 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 go, 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 fall off, fall off, fall off, fall off, fall off, fall off. Okay, he fell off. Good, 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 good. Okay. Shit. And he fell off. Oh my god. I can't believe I pulled that off. I can't believe I pulled that off. Holy shit. I can't believe I pulled that off. Look at you being all deadly. I know. I'm like almost unstoppable. Ugh. Dude, I'm pissed off at Twitter. Like now I don't have time to be sending out going live tweets and stuff. That's why I automated all that shit. And now I have to do it all myself. Alright, so I have 2 more that I can see. Then there's a couple in the sky, I think. There's this one here. Rotation, I don't know what that means. A lot of people upset. Yeah, yeah. And Reddit. Yeah, well, Reddit did the whole, like, blackout shutdown thing or whatever. People are just angry. Yeah, but within, like, there's a good reason to be angry about Twitter. Like, people's livelihood depends on social media sometimes, you know? Like, freelancers and stuff. Like, freelancers, I meant to say. You know, like my livelihood doesn't depend on it, but you know, a lot of new people coming into the stream come from social media. So, it just sucks. What is happening with Twitter? So I don't know how much you know about like computer tech stuff, but Twitter basically is charging companies to use their services. So for example, what that means is I use a bot called Mix It Up, and my bot sends out tweets and stuff that are like, hey, Pixel's live, like come watch the stream, whatever. But now, because of the changes on Twitter, that costs the bot money to do. So they don't have the money to be paying for every single user who uses Mix It Up to be able to use Twitter, because now Twitter costs money. So it's people being greedy. Hi, Banana, how are you? The user said, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant to say, yeah. But there was some sort of, there was something where people were like, no, we're not putting up with this. With Twitter, everyone's just like, well, we'll just stop using Twitter. Yes, they are charging people. Yeah. Yeah, so, but it just, it sucks because, there's a lot of programs that use Twitter for you. So there's a lot of things where it's like, you know, it'll post when I go live, it'll post when people buy things on my wish list, you know, like all of those things where it will automatically post for me and just make my life as a streamer easier are now going to be gone because it costs these companies money to provide that service of being able to tweet for me. Stupid. It's all stupid. They're double dipping. Do you know what double dipping is? Is that what you need explained, DJ? Please? Okay, so double dipping is a term for when you are sharing. It's usually when you're sharing your food with somebody else. So double dipping would be like if you take your chicken nugget or you take your chicken or you take your thing and you dip it in your sauce and you take a bite, and then after you've taken a bite, you dip again with all of your bite food, you dip into the sauce that other people are eating. That's called double dipping. So basically you dip, you eat, and then you re-dip again into the dip after you've taken a bite. That's called double dipping. People don't like it because it's rude when you're sharing sauce with people. Yeah. It's now in the sauce for everyone, exactly. Yeah. So you just don't do it when you're eating with other people. If you're eating by yourself or it's your own chicken nuggets, you can double, triple, you can dip as many times as you want, but it's usually like a term for when you're sharing with other people. All right, I don't know where this last guy is. Oh, there he is. Just lick the sauce. Can't double dip if there's no dip. Efficient, exactly. Exactly. None of this double dipping stuff. I'm gonna... Oh my god. I can't believe I have to come back here for this one dude. This one dude. As one comically large bat. I know. Look at this one though. It's huge. It's large. Oh, hip ups. Wait, why are you on me right now? and dump a handful of fries onto your mouth. Efficient. Ew. Or what if you just like, just thinking of this is so gross. But like, what if you like, I'm thinking like McDonald's sauce, how they come in the little plastic thingies, you just like peel it back and just like dump the sauce and then you just like dip your fries in the sauce in your mouth. But then you dip the fries, but then just put them in your mouth. What? It's so gross. Popcorn does have sauce. Some popcorn has sauce. You can put sauce on popcorn. Put the sauce in your cheek like a hamster and use that. Or like, what if you put the sauce in your cheek, right? And then you take your French fry and then you go, and you dispense your sauce on your French fry and then you eat it. Why am I allowed on the internet? Why did I keep letting me on the internet day after day after day? We're not thinking big enough? Okay, alright, Banana, what you got? What you got? You could do that with a hot dog too? Oh my gosh. Like a coney foot ladder. Do you have conies? Do you have conies? You probably don't have conies in Australia, but conies are like hot dogs that are like this big. Conies are fucking huge. They're like ridiculous. Conies are like foot-long hot dogs. Yeah. Conies are ridiculous. No, I can't take that in. That's what I'm saying. I shouldn't be allowed on the internet. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Oh, so funny. Oh wait, what is this one? Oh, it's a combat training. Okay. You don't want to take that image, but now it's there. It's there. Now you have it. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can reflect a projectile if you... Oh, son of a bitch. I can't parry for shit. Oh, I can't parry for shit. Alright, hold on. I have to swap my shield out. I know how. I just can't do it. Alright, let's use one of these. Okay. There we go. How about putting tea leaves in your cheek and drinking hot water? Be your own infuser. Yeah, but that one you'd have to like leave the hot water to what is it? Steep? You'd have to let it steep for a couple minutes and that would burn your mouth. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Banana, but I think execution's not there. I was too fast. Okay, well, first of all, you have to actually throw it at me. Wait, it still hurts me? That's bullshit. Bullshit. Gigi, I hear you. What are you making noises for? Oh, you know what? Hold on. They might need water. Actually, they might need water. Hold on a second. I don't think there's water in their bowl last time I looked. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. That's exactly what she needed. And then mix it in the mouth. In the mouth. That one's not a bad idea. I mean, that one, I don't know, the powdered like the powdered drink mix one might be like, you might end up like having a really sour drink or something. Ooh, a 57. Oh, it's not better than any of the ones we have already. Okay, here we go. Dry cereal and taking a swig of milk. That one, I can get down with that because first of all, I love cereal. Cereal and milk, I love cereal and milk. But I definitely eat a lot of dry cereal. Like just handfuls of dry cereal. An overly complicated idea, yeah. Just a little complicated. Alright, so we are at 63. What's everyone's cereal? I like Fruity Pebbles. I like Life cereal. I like... those are probably the two. Like, those are the big two. If I'm going to, like, go get cereal, those are the big two. But there's a lot that I like. Like, I like Captain Crunch. I like I currently have... I have Lucky Charms, Frosted Mini Wheats, and... I can't see what the... Oh! Cinnamon Toast Crunch right now. I just couldn't see the front of the box, and I was trying to remember. Alright, are those all of the ones down here I didn't do? Alright, let's look closely real quick. Okay, so I think that these are... I think that's all of those. So now there's just a couple in the sky. I think that there's like 3 or 4 in the sky we have to go back to. Yeah, here's one right here. Milo cereal. What's Milo? We don't have Milo here. What's Milo? Some Fruit Loops. Ooh, Fruit Loops are good. Yeah, any of the fruity stuff I like. Like, I like Fruit Loops. I like I said, Fruity Pebbles. I love, like, the Captain Crunch, like, the all berries. The all berries one. It's good. Milo. I don't... Do we have Milo here and I just don't know what it is? Hi, Phoenix! The cereal with the blue creature? I don't know. Come back, fairies. Come back, fairy. Come back, fairy. Come back, fairy. Oh, you put it in my Discord? Okay, I'll have to look. I might know of it and, like, just not know that I know of it. Phoenix, how are you? How's the day? Alright, Minoru needs to go away because I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to jump and get this fairy with Minoru there. There we go. For 39 minutes. That's very precise. I hope we will make it worth your time. Good, I'm glad you're alright. I beat this game. And I cried like a baby, but I beat the game. And now we're just grinding out the last 37% to get to 100%. Okay. Lights out. Okay. I see. Ah, you son of a... I was trying to sneak. Yeah, so we got 63 out of 100%. You were right. Yeah, and DJ was right. DJ had absolute faith, and I didn't.
DJ believed in me when I didn't. Oh my gosh, this is so dumb. DJ is the best. You guys are all the best. All of you hanging out here. You are being a pain. Like, you really are being a pain in my butt, sir. Jeez. That was annoying. Okay. Need to survive for 2 more weeks. DJ, you got this. We know you got this. All of us here believe in you. We know you got this. Okay, that broke. Okay. Four of those in 2 days. So on Monday, are they all on Monday? Shit, I can't see anything. That's fun for me. No arrows. Okay, I need to get, alright, I need something. Alright, let's use this. And this. Do this. Okay. There we go. Catch on fire. There we go. Okay. 2 on Wednesday and 2 are on Thursday. Oh, I see. Oh, posture check. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I see. So you have a little bit of study time to go. You have some study time to go. What are the tests on, DJ? Wow, thank you for the bright elixir now. That would have been great. What? Did you knock your blankets down and now you're having a crisis? Sir. Go. Go. My other dog knocked his blankets off of the chair that he likes to lay in, and he was having a crisis. He was having a crisis. He couldn't get the blankets back up. Hydrate. Wait. Phoenix. Phoenix? Are you getting married? Or are you just, like, doing, like in somebody else's wedding? You're getting married, Phoenix? Congratulations. Phoenix, it's so exciting. Congratulations. Alright, nothing else. Oh, there's one more over here. That's so exciting. Love. Gross. In 65, 55 days? Like, soon. You lost the paper? 2 months? Oh my gosh. That's so exciting. That's so exciting. All right. One more here. Okay. Congrats. I know. 60 days. There you go. That's what's up, Phoenix. That's exciting. We will await our invites in the mail. I will be patiently awaiting. Phoenix, I can't wait. I can't wait for you to tell me all about it. That's very exciting. Very, very, very exciting stuff. Are you nervous? Are you excited? Are you both? Tell me. Tell me, tell me. I wrote down the date on a paper, but I moved my PC and I lost it. It's okay. You can't fit any more people? It's okay. I was joking. Banana might not be joking. Banana might actually really be expecting an invite. Like, I'm not joking? Oh my gosh. You are packed, packed, packed. Oh, Banana. Banana, I'll invite you to my wedding. That will never happen. But I'll invite you. Waiting for photos of the cake? Phoenix, that's so exciting. We have big families. Okay, sure. Goodbye. I'll have a one-person wedding. Pinks and Banana at Denny's at 2 a.m. That's the wedding. Yeah, exactly. Not getting married to each other, but there just was a wedding. Is Denny's good? Denny's is... How do I say this? Denny's is not supposed to be good. Denny's is supposed to be available 24 hours a day. Is basically the best way to explain it. Like, it's diner breakfast food. So like if you've been to a diner at 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, drunk looking for some eggs and toast, it's Denny's is got what you need. But if you like want, you know, quality food, no. You're not going there. It's convenient, yeah. Like 2 a.m. Exactly. It's life at 2 a.m. on a Friday. Exactly. The times I've gone to Denny's drunk or stoned, like, you know, in name and not do anything with it. It's the best 3 a.m. food. It really is. Nothing hits like a Denny's breakfast at 2 a.m. Macca's better than Denny's? I don't think so. I would choose Denny's over McDonald's personally. Stoned, high, like weed, weed. Macca's, McDonald's. Bananas from down under. That's what they call McDonald's down under. Down under. Alright, I need a 2 arrows. This is going swimmingly, chat. This is going swimmingly. Oh, a sawsbuck? Okay, hold on. Just give a headshot. Nice. Okay, now give me your weapon. Nice. Okay, no. 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 Fall. Okay, good. Okay, fall. Okay. A beam emitter? Sure. That might help. Are you in PC? Am I on PC? Am I on a computer? Yes. Taco Bell, yes. Taco Bell, 100%. Over breakfast and McDonald's, yeah.
I'll bet that Denny's cheering Pink's on while she goes ham into a plate of waffles for her wedding. It's actually just a wedding of me getting married to my plate of waffles. Oh, out of Pokeballs. I gotcha. Ugly crying over the waffles? Yes. Yes. The only way I cry is ugly crying, chat. That's... Hello? How do that? How do that? How blow that up? How English? You didn't get the pokey ugly cry? How does one pretty cry? Some people pretty cry, they're just like... they're just like the single tear just like rolls down their face. And like their face doesn't turn red, like they don't get snotty. Like they're just like living their best life. Only in dramas and anime, exactly. You're not if you're exactly. Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. There have been sometimes, like, there have been a couple times on stream where I've been like, oh, sad. And like, you just get a little teary-eyed, you get a little misty-eyed, like, whatever. But like, crying, like, I am crying. I don't know where to go. Alright, do I hit... I'm turning this on. And then ride this to here. Okay. Well, don't do it! God fucking ragdoll. Sad. I mean, not sad. You can be sad and not cry, yeah. There's like 5 things that have made me ugly cry, and all 5 of them have been this stream. I'm too tired for this. You know. I know. I know what you mean. Link, you're not good at things. Link, you're not good at things. Finishing studying, finally nice. So many whiffs, I know. Come on, man. Alright, so the problem about the low grav is you have to be jumping. Or moving to jump. You can't jump from a standing still position. You don't have any momentum. So it's like, oh fuck, I can't believe I can't. I literally just hit the wrong button. Like, nothing else other than I just hit the wrong button. That's annoying. Why? Why is this jump is killing me? Low grab, I know. The stream was 4 and 5, but not all. Oh, okay, okay. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Link's only as good as the gamer behind him. No, for sure operator error. 100% operator error. No. I can't believe he touched it. He touched it with his little tootsies! And then he left! He left! The low grav ones are just kind of annoying, honestly. Go. Okay. Whee! Be the last one. Be the last one, please. Please be the last one. Bye forever. Imagine being like a gamer. Imagine being a gamer. Imagine being good at games. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Posture check. Listen. I am a goblin! Instead, I choose to watch them for my amusement. Exactly. Why do when you can watch others do poorly? Why do when you can watch others do it bad? I'm getting tired, can you tell? I've gamed all my life. I'm tired now. I know. Isn't that sad when you get to the point... Ooh, purple. Isn't that sad when you get to the point where you're like, I'm too tired to do the things that bring me joy? Time to be an old man and watch the youths. The youths. I'm too tired for things that bring me joy. You're not that old? I bet I'm older than most of you probably think I am. Twitch is low-key for old people. Yeah, that's true. Who don't have the time to game. That's also true. I'm almost tied. 118 and 120. We have a lot. I have a lot that are not done yet. This is crazy. Crazy. I'm guessing your age is a trap that I will not fall into. Oh, I tell people. I tell people all the time because I don't have a lot of things going for me in life, but one thing that I will say that I absolutely 100% am cocky about is I do not look my age. All of the women in my family age very gracefully, and I really hope that I continue to maintain this well into my my senior years. I'll game when I have time after I get my graduate degree and get married. Exactly, Phoenix. 32, 23, 28. You guys are all babies. You're all babies. Youngins. You youngins. Play cooperatives with your lady. Exactly. There you go. Some Fortnite duos, or I think Disney Dreamlight Valley's going multiplayer soon. Listen, just as long as everyone's over 18. Woo! He's spicy. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Knock it off. You damn kids, get off my lawn! You are? Good, 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 good. Because I'd be very sad if we had to ban you, DJ. She didn't even know how to hold a controller. She can learn. Give her a Joy-Con. Give her a Joy-Con. She's not a gamer at all. Yeah. Some people just aren't, and that's okay. Like, would it be nice to be able to share, you know, like, share your hobbies together? Like, yeah, of course it would be nice, but that's not like the rules for like every relationship ever, you know? Some people like me, I genuinely honestly like being by myself. So I didn't necessarily need a boyfriend who likes to share in the same hobbies as me. Like, it would be great because that way we could just sit there and we could just game and spend time together or whatever. But I'm a very independent person even when I am in a relationship. And a lot of times I still do need, like, time to do my own thing. And a lot of times that includes gaming. For the low-key for old people thing, I know. She is but the baby. Never have a partner. One day. You'll get one day. It'll happen in time. Just don't be old and jaded like me. Okay. So, what that puts us is 119. Do we have one more so we can be 120, 120? Ew, boyfriend, girlfriend sounds gay. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be. Gross. Gross. I could never be someone's boyfriend. That's so gross. Man, why aren't these three swapped around? So they're like color coordinated. Now I want to go play more Breath. Bye forever. Goodbye forever. We're probably ending in about 10 more minutes anyway, Raven, so you're not gonna miss much. Ew, partners. Ew, love. Ew. Love is gross, though. But I'm also very bitter. Never fall in love, chat. It'll just break your heart. Listen, don't fall in love. Don't make friends. Just don't trust no bitches. Everyone will hurt you. Everyone will decide. Everyone will abandon you. Everyone will leave you.
Oh, marriage. Cooties. Cooties. Marriage.
Okay, so I have to find. Here we go. Here's some right here. Oops. So here's 2. Okay, so there's 2 right there. There's 2 right here, okay. I enjoy contracting my fiance's cooties. Ew! Ew! No, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Like I said, I'm just bitter and I'm jaded because I hate everyone. There's one there. Okay, I got that one. Those ones. Oh, one right here. Okay. 3 there, 5 there, 1 there. There's one right here. Oops. But do you remember the game Cooties? I do remember the game Cooties. It's not a board game. It's technically classified as a board game. But yeah, I do remember the game Cooties. Oh, there's one right here. Quicksand Lake Cave. Millennial things. Ah, being old. What a wonderful feeling. Okay, let's go get that one real quick, because I think that one should be easy. Nope, I'm free! No, you can't catch DJ. DJ has to study for their tests. They have 700 tests coming up next week that they have to study for. It's okay. We'll get you a mobility scooter for your next birthday. It's okay. I do. I need a mobility scooter, and I need one of those. I need one of those little seats that's on my stairs that brings me up and down the stairs. Listen, it sucks. Being old is hard. Okay.
Which dragon is this? Is this Nadra? I can't tell. I think it's Nadra. Or is it Faroche? Oh, it's Faroche. I see the horn now. Okay, I need to land on Faroche because I need to take a new pick. Hey, friendo. How you doing? Okay. Alright, so I have to get on Faroche's face, which is hard to do. Okay, we did it. We did it. We I said we did it! There we go. Okay, now. Gotta put our Faroche suit on. Yeah. Now we fancy. Okay, so then we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see? He's got a face. We have to stand on that. We have to stand on her face. This one's really cool. The Faroche outfit gets really cool. Get a horn while we're here. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's actually funny. Ah! Faroche, why did you forsake me? Alright, let's collect his shards and be on our way. A Link smile, so weird, right? Isn't it kind of funny? Oh, what? Oh, my bow. Poor DJ. DJ's like, I'm trying so hard. Speaking of deer, we have a doe. Have mercy. Do you have like deers that are like in your yard? I haven't seen a deer in so long because I don't even know if they're here in Tennessee. I don't see any more shards. Okay. What did I come over here to actually do? Oh, look, right here. Thanks, Faroche. You brought me literally where I wanted to go. Okay, so there's supposed to be a shrine here. Ah, there is. You're done studying! Let's go! Let's go! Seek the crystal. Okay, this will probably be the last one for the night. What? Where the heck? Phew, excuse me. Ugh. Okay, so I can walk on this. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you, Banana. Okay, so the good thing is you can walk on each of those, like, layers of that waterfall. In the backyard, a doe comes and eats some of the plants. Yesterday I came out to see if we had a lawnmower, because it was getting fixed, and we do, but it was in the shed, and the doe was there, and I told her I wasn't going to hurt her, and that I'm just going to do my thing so she can do her thing, and she didn't run. Closest I've ever been to one. Wow. So you would just, like, you literally, like, had a moment where you just, like, connected with that deer, and you were just like, listen, I'm just doing my thing, you just do your thing, like, I'm just here. Mutual respect. That's pretty cool. We have a lot of rabbits. Like, just, like, little baby bunnies that come through our yard. And a lot of the same thing, I'm always like, it's okay, go on. Like, cause they'll freeze. They'll, like, stop what they're doing and they'll, like, just, like, freeze, like, walking. And I'm always like, it's okay, like, go on. Like, I won't let the dogs out until you're gone. Go on. They always, like, seem, like, so thankful when you, like, let them. Okay, so this guy should be good to go. Now, let's just drop a steering stick. 47 of them. Why? I have no idea. Okay. Wow, this one's like really far away. Made a point to walk around the tree and not stare at her, so she knew I wasn't after her. That's good. The fact that you, like, knew enough to, like, show respect for nature, you know? Like, some people would just be, like, trying to take a selfie and, you know, just not really just being respectful of the fact that this is a wild animal. As long as you don't smile, definitely don't smile. Oh, hello, sir. There you go. Oh, I took a selfie. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but you took a selfie from far away without any, like, you know, without any threat to the animal. I sent it to my fiance. I still think that's okay. Like I said, you're not, as long as you're not being a threat, you're not disturbing it, you're not hurting it. Being respectful of the fact that it's just trying to live its life. One of the last fights is Cynthia. Oh, nope. Done. I'm done. Not trying. Look who visits. Aw, cute. Very cute. Like yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, you're not, like, I'm talking about the people who would have, like, touched it and, like, you know, clearly been disruptive of them just trying to do their thing. Oh, see, I did come up here because there's a Korok right here. Or there was a Korok here, I meant to say. I am stubborn, and I will make this work, chat. I said Bambi, but then I was like, Bambi's not a girl. Wait, is Bambi not a girl? Do we know? Bambi's not a girl? No? Bambi's a boy?
I believe you. I just don't know. I just didn't think that it was ever said. Bambi grows up into a buck. He does. He has horns at the end, doesn't he? Antlers, I guess. Antlers, doesn't he? Do you know how long it's been since I've seen Bambi? Because that shit traumatized me. Like, I think I've seen Bambi one single time. Yeah, at the end of the movie. Yeah. Yeah, there's antlers. Yeah, I honestly didn't even think of that until you said the end of the movie he has antlers. Yeah. I haven't seen Bambi. Banana, don't do it. It's traumatizing. There's a reason why people still make Bambi jokes 35 years later. 40 years later, however long it's been. I feel like Bambi is a movie that, like, if Disney ever decided to make a live-action remake of that, like, they'd be done. They'd be done. That, like, Disney has officially run out of other things to do. They're done. Okay, that one was easy. That one was easy. Okay, next. Do we have any others that are nearby? Oh, that's what I'm saying. That will backfire horribly, yeah. They would be done. They'd be so canceled. They would be canceled. Alright, let's try this one. Let's see. Let's just see. Quite literally backfire, yeah. There's a lot that I feel like wouldn't do well with live action remakes. Like any of the animal ones, I feel like just wouldn't work. Like any of the animal ones. So like Bambi, like Fox and the Hound, like any of the ones that have to do with animals, I just feel like it just would be weird. Like The Lion King, I didn't feel like worked really well. Yeah, like Lion King was just weird. And Dumbo, yeah, but it's just weird. Like I feel like they look weird, right? Like Lady and the Tramp would be weird. Ooh. Interesting that it's over there. They have dark moments, but I like it better. I know, it's weird. Like, it's all weird. Like, The Lion King especially, because they made them talk. Like, I feel like, okay, like, the ones where they're not talking is not as bad. But I think that that's why Lion King weirded me out so bad, is because they, like, made them talk. Score will be in chat. If they ever do a remake of Brother Bear, I'm done. It's an animated, it's not really real, yeah. Yeah, it was just all, yeah. But also, like, there's no need, you know? Like, I'm not one of those, like, people who are like, ah, don't make movies, rah! But, like, there was no need for it, you know? Like, it literally felt very forced. Like, it felt very silly. So, there's one here. Okay. Is there a... cave? Sebastian Ariel. Ooh, yeah, no. See, I've seen pictures of Sebastian and Flounder, and they just... Sebastian's so weird, yeah. Like, aren't his eyes, like really tall on the top of his head? Not my Jamaican crab, oh my god. Let's go, DJ. Nice catch. What? We're completely screwed up sometimes. What? That doesn't break though, does it? I have no bow. Oh my god, come on. What? Yeah, no, I'm wanting the game. Because there's supposed to be a shrine here. Unless there's another cave? I'm confused. Confusion! Ugh. Yeah, like, supposedly there's a shrine, like, just right here. There's gotta be another cave or something. Because that's the treasure chest sensor going off. Oh, here's another one. Hallie's great as Ariel. Her singing is peak, but like the movie around her just feels weird. I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna wait till it comes on Disney Plus. But I'm going into it with an open mind for sure. I'm not one of those purists who's like, ooh, not my Ariel. So I'll definitely see it, but I agree. Just from what I've seen, the pictures of like the wildlife seems so off. Like it just seems weird. Like, I get that they tried to make a live action, but they should have, like, made them more, cartoony or caricature-ish, I guess. Interesting. What is in here? Give those. Really good stuff with the fish and Sebastian, but pretty quickly I didn't really notice, and it was just the character. That's good, though. But Ariel's actress, Dare I may say, sings better. Well, Halle Bailey, which is her name, she was a singer before she was an actress. I believe. I believe she sings. Yeah. Yeah, I want it. Like I said, I want to see it for sure. I don't really have. First of all, I don't have any friends here since I've moved, which is like whatever. I don't need friends. But like but also like the movie theater is kind of like far away. I'm like, I'm not gonna drive to go see a movie by myself, like half an hour away. Like, I'll just wait. So there's a lot of movies that I don't see just because I'm like, there's kind of no point. Where does this go? Mysterious. We'll do a watch party. Yeah, exactly. And then, like, I figured out how to fix the stupid thing in Discord where when it, like, wouldn't show, like, it wouldn't show videos. So I fixed it. So I've been able to stream movies with my friends in Discord. So, yeah, so it's all good. It's all good. Treasure Planet. I love Treasure Planet. It's such a good movie. It's such an underrated Disney movie that, like, doesn't get enough appreciation. Treasure Planet, it is. It's so underrated. Shit. There we go. I like how I like get in here and Minoru's like fighting stuff. This is kind of amazing here, isn't it? One of your favorites? It's so good. A lot of the 2000s Disney's, I agree. I agree. 2000s, pretty much 2000s everything was peak. 2000s, like early 2000s anime was peak. Early 2000s Nickelodeon was peak. Okay, so I went in here already. So what did I miss in here? Ooh, there's some stuff in here, okay. Oil, okay. Okay, so... where did all these go, though? Emperor's New Groove! Oh! Love Emperor's New Groove so much! I love Emperor's New Groove. So good. So good. Stitch. How to Train Your Dragon. How to Train Your Dragon's a good one too. I like the second How to Train Your Dragon. Okay, that's not it. here. Him and Toothless, yeah. Early 2000s DreamWorks, yeah. Just as I'm saying, like, early 2000s was just where it was at. Like, the anime, the early, not late 90s, early 2000s anime is still peak. Peak anime. Road to El Dorado? Oof. Why not both? Both is good. Ooh. On you. Wait. Oh my god, the freaking sages just walked in front of me while I went to go shoot and then I missed. It's like your favorite? Oh my gosh. My favorite movie ever is actually the first Pirates of the Caribbean, which early 2000s Disney. Remember I watched that movie at least part in school in history class? You did? That's fun. Grew to a scimitar. Attaching a material greatly enhances sure this adds much durability. Alright, drop that one. Okay, so that's that. That's good. Now, I need to figure out how to get into here. You're not a god! You lied to me. What? Oh, I see. It's literally underneath me. Okay. Do I have to take a picture of this for anything? No? Why did I feel like I did? It's accurate in that historical period, really? There it is. Okay. Okay, easy. Easy. Alright, after this after this is when we'll end. I got distracted. I like talking to you guys. Even though I'm very tired. Gives me more Cynthia attempts. Oh, do you need more time, Laz? Do you need more time? I can go for another couple minutes if you need more time. Mark! Hey fam, how's it going? How was your stream? How was Daisy? How's Daisy? How's your stream? Well, now we have look at Laz. Now you have time. Now you have more time. What's up, fam? How's it going? How's your stream? How's your week? How's things? Both El Dorado and Emperor's New Groove are South American in setting. Do you feel like they get it right? Oh yeah, DJ. How do you feel about that? It was good, yeah? It was good, yeah? Good. Well, I beat Tears of the Kingdom today. And I cried so hard. I literally sobbed like a little baby. I cried so hard. But yeah, I finished the game today. And a giant piece of my heart feels ripped out. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself. And I don't know what to do with my life. And I don't know what to do. But no, we are going towards 100%. We have gone up 0.12%. We have gone up 0.12% towards 100% since we beat the game. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. I know that a good chunk of you already know who I am, but on the off chance you do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink, or Pinks if you want to be fancy. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play pretty much everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just like see what we're about, what to expect. I hope you enjoy, and I will see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't! I just looked down and I can see it!
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my monitor! He's still rolling!
Yeet!
No! I was already out! That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop!
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl, I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my hot dogs! What is happening?
There's a defrib.
What is this?
Defrib.
Home, we home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
I would play Jenga.
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga? Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I'm a cat, I can help you. He's totally dead, he's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
Bach, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate you very, very much. We were getting ready to end, but we'll keep going. We'll find something else to do. We have 39% left to discover. Ew. Ew. I love how everyone just went, ew. You guys are so cute. You guys are so cute. You guys are so cute. Oh, there's 2 here, too. Holy smokes. I am missing so much more than I thought I was. You're so close, Stav! I'm so excited. What's your percentage and what's your number? So your percentage was 90... No. What was your percentage at the beginning of stream? 90 something, right? Ugh, okay. Let me think for a moment. Okay, so this one's done. I don't need this anymore. Okay. 99.18. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if you fast travel somewhere, it'll just tell you. It'll tell you what your Korok count is. I'm at 211. I'm at 20% of my Koroks. 20% of my Koroks. 20.1 technically. Okay. We're going to try to go to this one. But in the meantime, really, really, really quick, guys, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, did everyone go piss girl? Phoenix went piss girl. Hopping PCG streamers are like Cynthia and maybe what's after because my luck has been crap. Ooh, Laz. Ugh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I'll try to go for a little bit longer, but I am getting tired. So. Ooh, oof, it's chilly in this room compared to like the rest of my little apartment. The one thing that I thought was kind of strange is that they didn't put Hyrule Castle back. I don't know how they would have, but they didn't put Hyrule Castle back. Gone past my bedtime, but you know. Yeah, Phoenix, when you got here, you said you were only staying for 39 minutes. You did it, Steph! Let's go! How many was it? Oh, I see it. It's right there. The shrine. It's right there. Oh, it's gone. I saw it for a second. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. Perf. But now I have to figure out why you're not at 100%. It's probably map. It's probably your map. 99.26. Yeah, it's probably map locations. What I would suggest is doing, like, specifically Googling 100% map completion walkthrough. And it will literally start you in one corner of the map, and it'll tell you all of the locations. So you just start in one corner and you just go from corner to corner, essentially covering every named location along the way. That's how I did it. And mine was 2 bridges that they weren't close to each other. It was 2 bridges on either side of the map. But I had, like, just not technically crossed the bridge, but I had, like, swam past it or whatever it was that I did. So they didn't technically count. But yeah, just Google a 100% location walkthrough. And just start in one corner and just go. Gym leaders' teams are set with very good coverage on the possible opponents, and you get all kinds of weird team comps with terrible type coverage at times. Oof. I have chronic insomnia, so I actually do have like a bedtime that I try to follow to keep me in a rhythm because I take medication to sleep. Otherwise, I only get 4 hours after like 3 days. Ooh. Yeah, I don't have like diagnosed insomnia, but I lately have had a lot of sleep problems that I do believe are insomnia. I think that they need to be. I do think it needs to be addressed. Like, I have a problem where, like, I'll lay down and I'll never actually, like, fall asleep. Like, I'll never, like, feel, like, the sleep happening. And then I'll just, like, randomly open my eyes and it'll be, like an hour had passed. And I'm like, did I sleep in that hour? Oh shit, that was stupid. Like, did I actually get any sleep in that hour or not? Like, I can't ever tell if I'm sleeping or not, which I know doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to me. Okay, so now where does this ball go? There? Okay, okay. So I have to make a ramp. Okay. I was trying to stop it. Nice. Nice, okay. I don't have insomnia, but if I'm stressed, yeah. I have had sleep study. It's chronic insomnia, not acute. Acute is like when people can't sleep for a bit, maybe a week or so. Chronic is like every day of your life, never. Oh, see, I definitely have acute because there are days where like I can sleep for 12 hours, like not even an issue. And then there are days where it's like, I don't even know if I'm sleeping or not.
Like, I don't feel any sleep happening. Like, I don't know if I'm sleeping. That's not every day. Oh my god, if I had that every day. Ooh, Phoenix, I'm so sorry, honestly. Thank you, Banana. I will save in just a moment. Okay, let's try that one. Need medication to go to sleep. Yeah, I have anxiety medication that helps me sleep, but mine is not like an everyday thing. Like, mine is not take this every day and for anxiety every day. Mine is like if I'm experiencing anxiety or if I'm having an anxiety attack, I have to take that before bed so I can sleep. But excuse me, it's an as needed prescription. It's not an everyday prescription. Where did these hiccups just come from? Whew. Or I just go till I pass out. Yeah, that too. That too. Ooh, Snorlax. That's a fun one. Okay. DJ, you gotta buy some balls. DJ, you've gotta have money for balls now. I'm sure you've got some Pokeballs money. I have a hangnail. It's very annoying. Okay. That one's done. Okay, we got all those. We got all those. So there's one right here we haven't gotten. I'll go to bed soon. It's the weekend after all. Yeah, I think that we might be I think we're at a point right now where this is probably a good place to call it. I don't want to, but this is a good place to call it because if I start digging into one more shrine, then we'll be up all night. And we did what I wanted to do, which was we beat the game. I cried a lot. And I think we're doing good. We got DJ called it. DJ was the only one who had faith. We got 63% first go around. So that's not bad. I think we did I think this was a good one. I think this was a good day. So depending on like how my day goes tomorrow, I might stream tomorrow. It's technically considered one of my days off, but I might stream tomorrow depending on how I feel. But if not, we'll be back on Sunday. We will probably hop back into Tears of the Kingdom and work towards our 100% until I find a new game. Until I find a new game to kind of dig my life into. Alright, let's find someone to raid. Phoenix, thank you for sacrificing your points. Ooh. We're gonna raid Victoria because I want to see this game. Victoria is one of my favorite streamers. She is Australian. She's Australian. Victoria just moved to Victoria, Australia, which I find very, very funny. So we are going to go raid Victoria. She's playing a new game that I'm really interested in seeing. If you guys don't know, I love survival craft games. They're like my bread and butter. Like I love, love, love survival craft games. And she is playing a new one that is coming out very soon called Forever Skies, which I would really, really like to check out. So we're gonna go hang out with Victoria. Like I said, she is one of my favorite streamers. I watch her a lot. So if you guys could give her lots of hype, lots of love, all that good stuff, I will, like, I would appreciate that. Survival craft, yes. Surviving and crafting, survival craft. Things like Minecraft, Valheim, Icarus, which is one of my favorite games, things like that. Discord link, it does. The Discord does work. DJ, please, please, please join us in the Discord. Anyone else who is not here in the Discord, please join us in the Discord. We have lots of fun. I might stream a movie or something tomorrow. Stay safe, make good choices. I will probably see you tomorrow, but most likely on Sunday. Bye, guys. I'll see you guys. Bye.